Check, 1, 2. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to chemistry. We're on 13.5. 13.5 in your textbook. That is page 232. In your supplement, that's on page 126. So page 126 in your supplement, page 232 in your textbook. We're going to jump right into 13.5, and we need to talk about reaction mechanisms. Up until this point, we've thought of reactions as this piece meets this piece, things happen, everything becomes the product pretty much instantaneously. And for basic chemistry, that's fine, but that's not what actually happens. Or at least statistically speaking, it's not what actually happens. Take, for example, this chemical equation here. This reaction of hydrogen bromide and oxygen requires, or would require, if this were to happen in one step, a 5-body collision. Okay? Now, that's kind of rare. Okay? Aside from like a pile up on the freeway or something because everyone was going too fast and no one left following distance. Aside from that, multiple cars hitting from different angles is really weird. You know what I mean? Okay? It's not as weird as we would like it to be. We're not getting into that. So chemically speaking, yeah, that might happen once in a while. Okay? But that can't be the main way this thing reacts because it reacts much faster than statistically possible for 5-body collisions. Okay? So the way we do this is through what we call a reaction mechanism. Okay? And an example is on the bottom of the screen. We'll talk about that more in a minute. This is a series of proposed steps, also called elementary reactions, that describes the way in which a reaction proceeds. And basically, this splits it up into more manageable reactions. Okay? And so if you look at that first line of that reaction set down there, you'll notice the first one only has 2 bodies hitting each other. Okay? And then that creates a new body. That body then hits another body, which then creates 2 separate bodies. And then the last one is still only a 2-body collision. It happens twice, but it's still only a 2-body collision. Does that make sense? Okay? So it's a lot more likely for each of the individual collisions to occur. And so the reason why we do this is because that's actually more representative of what happens. Now, you'll notice that to the right, I have words next to the equations. The first step is labeled as slow, then the next 2 are labeled as fast, and then the bottom will be labeled net or total or something if it's labeled at all. Okay, so keep in mind there, that bottom equation is the same as the top one. By the time you're done with your reaction sets, you have to end up with the same equation as what you would have started with. Does that make sense? The stoichiometry doesn't change. It's just the stoichiometry doesn't determine the speed of the reaction. So with that, that slow step is going to be your rate determining step. This is the one that requires the most energy. This is the one that requires the most effort. And so until that happens, it doesn't matter how fast the rest of the reaction is, that's going to be your bottleneck. Okay? It's kind of like if you were driving from, I don't know, let's say from here to LAX. Okay? It doesn't matter how fast you can go on the freeway. Once you get to the tunnel going into LAX, you're going 20. That's going to be your rate limiting factor. Like, you're not going to get anything else done until you go through that bottleneck. Does that make sense? Okay? So until things can get to the fast steps or can get through the slow steps, there's always going to be that line, that bottleneck. Okay? So that's the idea here. Now, real quick, the overall rate depends on the slowest steps in a series of steps. What that means is that you can't just look at an equation and determine how fast or slow it's going to be. It's not possible. There's no equation. There's no formula. As a matter of fact, the only formula we have has to be determined experimentally because there's no math to do it. It doesn't exist because or at least it hasn't been found. Let's put it that way. Okay? It hasn't been found a way to predict the speed reliably aside from experimentation. Okay, so we have an equation, but we have to find all the pieces of the equation through experiments, and then they create tables and we look it up. So, even reactions that appear stoichiometrically similar do not necessarily proceed by the same mechanism. For example, at the beginning of the chapter, we were talking about hydrogen and iodine. I'm aware that's not what's on the screen. All right, we were talking about hydrogen and iodine, and that reaction compared to this one looks the exact same stoichiometrically. Okay, and I'm gonna, man, that word is getting fun to say. Okay, anyway, it looks the exact same. There's chlorine 2 instead of iodine 2. That's about the only difference. Well, while it looks the exact same, these two reactions have insanely different speeds. This one actually is a chain reaction and reacts almost explosively. Because what happens is, speaking of which I should probably define that, a chain reaction is a reaction continuing due to the production of more free reactant as products. So in other words, as this reaction continues, it creates more stuff that's going to bombard the same stuff, and then that's going to create more stuff, which is going to get, and it's going to keep cycling. Okay, it's going to continue causing collisions after collisions. And so if we look at this, okay, and those lines there are not sum lines like the previous slide. These lines are just barriers because I had to fit a lot of text on the slide and I wanted a gap, and that's as close as I could get. So the chain initiating step of this reaction, as it is supposed, by the way, again, all this stuff has to be determined experimentally. This is our best working knowledge. Okay, so I'm just going to put that disclaimer out there. So the chain initiating step is light bombarding chlorine gas, causing it to separate into its individual atomic pieces. Now, chlorine has 7 valence electrons. It really, really, really wants that last one filled. The only reason why light is able to break it apart at all is because it's not fluorine, which holds onto it really tightly. Okay? So it really, really, really wants to react. So that chlorine now is loose, and if hydrogen and chlorine are mixed together, that chlorine is loose, and it's mad. It's like, where's my electron? Where's my, like, it's just hunting. And it says, it sees 2 hydrogen going on, it grabs one of the hydrogen, is like, no, you're with me now. And then the other hydrogen is like, wait, what? Where's my electron? Okay, and so it starts going around and finds a chlorine, and it's like, no, one of you are mine now. And this keeps going. Okay, and again, it's almost explosive. So the only way for this chain reaction to stop is if a free chlorine and free hydrogen bump into each other, okay, and then they don't have to steal one of the partners from someone else, okay. 2 hydrogen mix back together, or 2 chlorine mix back together. That's the only way this happens. Okay, that's the only way this ends. We call those endings chain terminating steps. That's when it's going to stop a chain reaction. Typically, those don't hit until you're about done, because the odds of finding that one other free ion is pretty slim. So that right there is what happens. Compare that to the iodine one we've been talking about. Iodine is considered to happen in 2 steps. The first one is splitting apart, but then it requires a 3-body collision in order to go to the next step. Notice there's no chain reaction. There's no free element being pushed out that's going to like rip things apart. Iodine is a lot less concerned about its last electron, so it'll wait patiently, okay, and then until it has a buddy, and then they'll gang up on a hydrogen atom and rip that apart. Okay, it sounds very violent when you put it like that, but anyway, that's what happens. And so we essentially then have a 3-body collision, which is extremely slow. Anything over a 3-body collision is considered to be unlikely. Anything above 2 is considered unlikely. Anything above 3 is considered highly unlikely. So the reason why this step is so slow is because it requires a 3-body collision. It requires everything to be lined up perfectly when it hits. Okay? So that takes a while for it to, happen. I mean, it'll eventually happen, but it takes a while. So if we look at example 13.1, we're told to examine this and determine if this is probable. Okay, well, how many bodies are colliding? Do you see how there's 4 bodies colliding? 1 nitrogen molecule, 3 hydrogen atoms. We're looking at the coefficients. In case you guys are wondering where I'm pulling that from, I probably should have said that sooner. Just, to me, of course, it's 4. Anyway, no, it's based on the coefficients. So we have a 4-body collision. Is this probable then? No, it's over 3. Yep, that's basically how we tell. Yes? 1 or 2 is probable, like 1 decomposing. That's entirely possible because like it could just fall apart. 2-body collision, that's pretty probable. 3, probable, wouldn't be fast. 4 and above, probably not. And that's really what it is. It's kind of like, It's one of those doubt things. It's not like necessarily it's wrong. It's not probable. And so the only way to know for sure is to do it by experiments. So the way we determine the reaction rate is through what we call the rate law. Okay? And so if I'm looking at the products, okay, the reactants to the products, we can determine the rate for each reaction will be the rate of a constant times the molarity of reactant A to some power at times the reactant B to some power, or the molarity of reactant B. Notice that the powers do not match the coefficients. Notice that they're x and y, not a and b. Okay? The only way to find those exponents is to do an experiment. Okay? It's not possible otherwise. Okay? Which makes a great test question, is if like I fill in exponents with coefficients and ask you if this is true or false. It's probably false. Okay? Hint. Okay, and the reason for that is just because we have to determine it based on its steps. Now that K there is a rate constant. This is specific for a given reaction, so it changes for every reaction. Again, there's tables online. That's what they're for. And varies only with temperature and the presence or absence of a catalyst. That's the only thing that can change your constant, hence why it's called a constant. Don't know what else to tell you there. Okay, so you would have to look at your scenario specifically, and you can see how this becomes messy real quick. Now, real quick thing, the rate law depends only on the mechanism of reaction, not on the stoichiometry. For example, if we notice here, 2NO2 plus F2 gives me 2NO2F. Okay? Notice that the exponents are 1. Even though there's a 2 in front of the NO2, because they're not related. Okay? The exponents are determined experimentally, and it's a 1-to-1 thing for that particular one. Again, the only way you know that is looking it up. Now, as an exception to the general rule, though, you can determine the rate law of an elementary reaction. The individual steps in a reaction mechanism, those individual equations, those you can determine just looking at the stoichiometry. That's it. Okay, not the whole thing. But from there, because we could determine it from the individual, like 1 or 2 body collisions, okay? One body collision just sounds dumb, but that's what it's called. But 1 or 2 body collisions, that is determinable based on this, and that's how they know which set of proposed steps is right. Or fits, I should say, not necessarily which is right. So for example, the one I showed you guys with bromine or hydrogen bromide and oxygen at the very beginning, that one was found experimentally because they could look at the individual pieces, figure out how fast each step should be. Did it experimentally, their numbers matched. Okay, so that's how they find that out. So that's how we can check those things. That right there is the end of chapter 13. You guys have chapter 13 homework due Friday. You guys have quiz 13 on Friday. And distance learners, slide will be on the screen tomorrow stating whether or not we have lecture. I need to look at my lesson plans overall. I don't remember, but that is the end of chapter 13. So just tune in tomorrow at least. Make sure that you are aware. And distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
I was just moving that thing, huh?
Yeah, it's just a loose connection. There you go.
Okay, you guys online, sorry about the no sound thing. Mr. S fixed it for me, so you should have sound now. If not, let me know. I can see it on the chart there. If you didn't hear me earlier, then for all the stuff I said, we're doing page 238 and 239, and it's analytical skills. We're figuring out which computer to buy, and Mr. Larson's out today, so I'm filling in for him. So that being said, we are talking about option 1 on page 239. All right, so did somebody do this one? What did we get on that? 1935, is that what I heard? Okay. Okay, so with the discount, it would be $1,935. Now that's just for the computer. It wanted to know with the software too. So the software, how much of a discount did he get on that? 15%. So I do the same logic. 100% is full price. If you take away 15%, that would be 85%, right? So I did 325 times 0.85. And for you guys that really have to think through math, if you don't do it this way, you got to do an extra step, because if you did this times 10%, then you'd have to subtract it from that to get this answer. So the reason I go straight to doing that is it's faster. In other words, on this, if I multiplied it by a 15% discount, then I'd have to subtract that from 325. So I'm killing one step by knowing 100% is full price minus 15% is 85%, and so that's what I multiplied by. So what do we get on that one? Somebody? Yeah, I think I heard that right. 276 and 25 cents when you multiply that out. That's what you get. Okay. And then what I did was I added those two together. So I added 1935 and 276.25. What would that give us if we had just those two together? Okay, I think I heard that. Those maths make it hard to hear, but I think it was 221125. Okay, then the other thing option 1 said, or they told us in the question here, I think, actually not on option 1, but it says we also have to pay a 6.5% sales tax. So you can do one of two things on your calculator. You can multiply this amount times 6.5% and then hit the percent key. Or if you don't use a percent key, you got to move the decimal 2 spots and do that times 0.0625. So anybody get that amount? What we would? Yeah, 143 you said, right? 0.73? Yeah, so if you multiply this total times you got to either multiply it by 6.5% for tax, or like I said, 0.06, I guess it'd be 0.065, right? Would be the other one. But anyway, you end up getting it's $143.73, and then what you do is you add these two together. You add 2211.25 plus 143.73. Anybody got it? 0.98, is that what you said? 0.98, good. So your final answer, if you add this with this, you get 235.498. Okay? And so that's all it's asking us. It asks us the total in there. That's for number 1 on option 1. Okay? So write that. If you didn't write anything else down, write this in there, 2354.98 for the cost of the computer and the software. Okay, now it says on number 2 on option 1, it says, how many weeks will it take Dave to save $400 for the printer if he saves 40% of his salary? Now don't forget, it said on option 1 that he was allowed to use his, I believe that's the one where it says he allowed to use his family's printer while he's saving up for his own printer. Let's see if it said that. I think it did. Oh no, he said I could also use the school printer. And then it said something else down there. Since I can use the school printer, I will wait until later to buy one. So in other words, he's going to get the computer and then buy the printer later. So, but anyway, it wants us to know how much it would take him to get the printer. And so it says here 40% of his salary, okay? Remember what we said he made? He made $6. What was it, like $6 and something an hour? $6.25, right? And how many hours did he work a week, did it say? 7. So if I do $6.25 times 7, how much does he make a week? It's not much. Yep, $43.75. Okay, and then it said in there in the same question, it says, let's see here. It wants to know how many weeks will it take him to save $400 for his printer if he saves 40% of his salary. So the printer cost $400, right? And then let's see, what did I do? So he's going to save 40. He's going to do 40% of that. So if I do 43.75 times 40, again, you can hit the percent key, or you got to do times 0.4, right? So what do we get? Yeah, 17.5 or 17.50 would be how much he would actually put towards it each week. I'm assuming the reason he doesn't put all of it towards it is because he has to pay other stuff. Okay, so if it, and then the total was 400. So to get the last answer, you just do the $400 for the cost of the printer divided by 17.50 per week. Somebody get that answer? Yeah, it'll be 23 weeks, because yeah, when you divide this, it actually comes out to 22.86 weeks, and the book said to round up, so she's right, 23 weeks, right? So it'd take him 23 weeks to buy his printer. You know, in our society, everything's kind of like instant, like we want it now, right? Do you guys notice when you go in and look at expensive stuff in the store, it tells you how much you could pay monthly rather than the total price? Well, the total price is there, but it usually says, you could have this for only $19 a month. Well, what they don't tell you is obviously there's interest and stuff. So he's, in this particular scenario, he's going to use the school's printer and then save up for a printer. Okay. All right, so that's number 2 under option 1. It would take him 23 weeks to pay back, to pay for the printer if he buys a printer. Okay. Then it says, how much would the additional warranty cost Dave over 4 years? How much was it per year for the additional warranty? So you just do 65 times 4. So $260 is right. You just do, for step 3, you just do that. So I'm going to erase the board up here just so I got room again. So here goes the board. So we're still on option 1, and we're on step 3. And again, that was just 65 times 4, which you guys said was 260. Okay, and then the last question says, how much should he budget each month to pay the cost of the extended warranty? All you got to do is divide that by 4 years, but we want to do it in months. Okay, so 12 months in a year. What's 4 times 12? 48. So we just do that. We just do the two. Oops, I didn't put the 0 on the end. Sorry. We do the 260. Oh man, bringing the wrong figure. And we divide that by 48 months. Anybody get the figure? Yeah, so it would cost him $5.42 for the extended warranty. That's probably pretty realistic. If you bought an extended warranty, it would probably cost you something like that. I don't know. It depends on the item. Best Buy sells them all the time. I mean, you buy anything anymore at Best Buy, even at Walmart lately. I buy like a vacuum cleaner or something, and their cashier will ask you, do you want to buy the extended warranty on it? They almost ask you on anything that's plug-in or electronic. So sometimes you got to make an instant decision, right? But if you're buying a big ticket item, think about that before you buy it, right? Okay, and that was the last question on there, right? Okay, so option 1, let's talk about that just for a minute. In the scenario for option 1, one of the plus things about this is he wouldn't have to borrow money, right? That's a plus to that, right? He's not borrowing it. If you borrow, nobody's going to just let you borrow money and not pay interest, except for unless it's a family member. Maybe they'll give it to you without interest. My wife and I bought the home we live in now from my mother-in-law, but she still charges us interest, but it's smaller than what the bank would charge us, but we still pay interest on that. But we didn't have, a big ticket item like that, we don't have the cash to pay for it. But most of you, if you wanted a computer, you could save money, right? So this one sounds like a good option so far. It says it's a fast computer, he's being sensible with his money, right? So far that's looking like a pretty good option. Let's look at the second option. I'm going to go back to 238. I'm going to read it to you real quick. Second option says I can buy a slower computer system. Did you guys already feel negative about it? As soon as you say slower when you're talking about computers, I don't want that. Even me, I'm not really a computer person. I use computers. I have to. Every day I use my computer. I do a lot of finance stuff, so I use the payroll, QuickBooks system to do on the, you buy the QuickBooks software. I actually do QuickBooks online now, but I use my computer every day. Last thing I want is slow. I mean, I want faster. But so that's just one negative already. But he says he can buy the slower computer system. It has less memory. That's also a negative, right? For $1,644. Now, the price sounds better so far. It says the system includes a black and white printer that you would replace with a color printer later. How many would, if you had a choice, you don't have to raise your hand, but if you had black and white versus a color printer, I think most of us would take color, right? Unless all you're doing is printing Word documents or something, you probably would want a color printer. Even me, I don't need it that often, but I like to have color available. So, but anyway, black and white printer versus color. The system comes with a 3-year warranty. He would need $427 in additional software to get started. And it's, by the way, Mr. S has done that before. We have like a couple of laptops we use here are really cheap ones. So he's bought software upgrades and put into it, and other things too. But so you can do that. You can soup up a basic computer. You can soup it up if you know what you're doing. I wouldn't know how to do it, but I know Mr. S knows how to do it. And then it says, I can upgrade the computer for $395. I did notice that any additional software that I may want in the future is expensive. And then what's it say? Not user-friendly. Do you like stuff that's not user-friendly? I don't. I hate having to try to figure something out. And expensive, I don't like that word. I'm cheap, so I don't like expensive. I mean, I have expensive taste, but on a cheap budget, you know. All right. So, but anyway, we got to still figure out the questions. I already say to myself, I don't want that computer. I don't know about you guys, but I'm already thinking it's a bad option. But let's look at the questions. Back to page 239, it says option 2, computer system with black and white printer. Again, they want to know how much will the computer system, software, and upgrade cost him. And then it says don't forget to add the sales tax. So let's erase this and go option 2. Awesome. All right, it says, so we got to figure it out. So the first thing I did, I just went like this. I put, how much was the computer? 44, right? And then how much was the software? 427. So this was computer, this was software, and then the upgrade. How much was the upgrade? Okay, so somebody add those 3 up, see what we get. 2466 is right. And then the book told us don't forget 6.5% sales tax. So you're going to multiply that, the 2466 times 6.5%. What do we get? Anybody? Yeah, 160 and 29 cents. So then all I did was move that over here and add it on. Okay, so if I add those together, I will get this. 262629. That's the computer, the software, and the upgrade. I think that was the upgrade. I didn't write that there. And then this was tax right here. So that would be the total cost of our computer. 262629. Okay. So realistically, it's gonna be actually a little bit. It's already a little bit more than the other computer, right? So let's look at question 2. What is the price difference between the computer and software in option 1 with the extended warranty and this computer and software if Dave decides to upgrade it? It's not much, but what you would do, you take the computer from number 1, which was this price. Let me erase this. In number 1, it was $23.54.98. Sorry, I'm having trouble. My writing skills are terrible today. I keep writing the wrong number. Okay, and then I'm going to add the extended warranty for that one, which was $260. Remember that from the last problem? The extended warranty was going to be $260. So that computer, where's my work here? So that would be 26, if you do your math, it'd be 2614.98. And then all you got to do is take this amount and subtract this amount. So I'm gonna do this minus 2614.98. Somebody got that answer? $11.31. Not much difference, right? It's not going to make or break you for $11.31, right? Not much difference. So on option 2, number 2, just put $11.31. That's all you got to put. And then it says, what will be the total cost of this system after a $400 printer plus sales tax is included? So all I did for that one is I took a printer, which was $400, and I multiplied it times 6.5%, and that equals how much, somebody? 20 what? Yeah, $26. So altogether, the printer is going to cost me $426 with tax. And then all I did was add that to this figure right here. So I added this and this. Okay, this plus the printer. So what's my grand total, somebody? 3,000, say it again. 3,052, is that what you got? Yeah, so try. It should be just actually 3052.29, because all you're adding is this one here plus the 426. So would that be right? Let me see real quick. Sorry. I don't have my calculator handy right there, so I got my phone, but that's okay. Plus 426. Oh, whoops, not 2. Duh. Yeah, for step 3, it should just be that one. You should end up with, if you just add this one plus this one, you end up with 3,052.29. Should be. You got that one? No? Okay. What's that? Okay, good. Me too. I made a couple when I was doing it too. So I'm glad I'm not alone. All right, so I think we're done with that option. So in the long run, that option is going to cost me really more than option 1, right? And then what was the bad things of it? Remember, it was slow. Any upgrades or software were going to be expensive. So in my mind, I've already kind of said, well, right now, if I just had a choice between 1 and 2, I don't know about you, but I'd go with 1 so far. Okay, let's look at option 3. Okay, option 3 is a computer suggested by a salesperson in a store. So let's read it here. The computer system, let's see, the computer system a salesperson said I should get cost me $3,525. He said that I could pay $1,500 down and make monthly payments of $100 per month for 2 years. My father said that he would sign for the loan since I'm only 16. Normally, if you got a loan from a store, from any place at your age, they would want your parent to sign with you because you're not a legal age yet. You know, you're not 18 yet, so they have to co-sign for you. Also, even when you're an adult, if you have bad credit or no credit, sometimes they want somebody to co-sign with you and stuff. But it says the computer has all the software I could ever want. It has all the latest improvements. Sounding good so far, right? It says for $5 additional per month, I can get a full service warranty for the 2 years that I make the payments. The printer is not included in the package. The salesperson said that trying to use the family printer might not work and would at the least be a nuisance to hook up each time that I wanted to use it. He suggested I get a printer for $400. Now, why is the salesperson suggesting all that? Because he wants to probably make commission, right? The more he can sell them, the better, right? But he's probably right. In the long run, when you share a computer with anybody, it could be a nuisance. But sometimes it's necessary. So let's take a look at that. Let's look at the questions for number 3. I'm going to erase all this to get going on that so we have room. See, I could have just had you guys just do this, but, you know, it's kind of interesting to talk through it. Maybe not to you, but to me, this is at least a real-life skill I use. When I have to buy something, even a car, let's say I go buy a car. I'm not just going to walk down to the lot and buy the first car I like, right? I'm going to research it. I can use Carvana if I want to. I always wanted to use one of their car vending machines. That looks so cool. I'd love to figure that out. I know they really have them. There's one sitting, if you're driving down Redlands and you look on the left side down there by Redlands, there's one of those there that you see on TV, the Carvana things. And I don't know how it works, but they give you something. I don't know if it's a computer code or what. They say it's like a token or something. I don't know what. But you put it in, and your car comes down from this thing. I don't know how they do all that, but that'd be pretty cool to get your car from a vending machine. And then you got places that deliver it like them. They'll deliver it to your house. So you could either go on the lot, you could do it at the house, or you could research online, right? But you got to do your research. So, all right. So the first question on option 3, what will the total cost of the computer using the payment plan? Okay. So for option 3, it would be, it was going to cost him, sorry about that. The total computer was going to be $35.25, right? And then, so I did this. I just put $35.25 up there to remind me. By the way, I did this. It didn't solve the problem for number 1, but it did say the salesman said he could make 24 payment plan, well, 2 years, so 24 at $100 a month. If he does that, if he put the $1,500 down, for example, he would still owe, the actual money would be $25.25. But if you, or not $25.25, I'm sorry, $20.25. Sorry about that. The leftover price would be $20.25. But the guy said he'd have to pay $100 a month for 2 years, right? So if you do 24 times 100, that's $2,400. So that means he would pay about, it doesn't ask that question, but he would pay about $375 interest, right? If he paid 24 payments instead of just paying for it, right? So I did that first just to see, well, how much would that difference? So he's paying interest on it, okay? And so that makes sense he's going to pay interest. So then what I did, it asks you what I did in the long run. So this is what you got to do. He's going to pay $2,400, right? But he would have already paid how much down? $1,500, right? $1,500. So altogether, how much is that? All right. So the computer, the actual price of the computer was $35.25. But if he makes payments, he's going to pay $2,400 in payments plus the $1,500 down. He's going to actually pay $3,900 rather than $35.25, right? So that's the first question on option 3. How much is the total cost of the computer? And it was $3,900. Okay. What time is it here? We've got to keep an eye on the time. 11:35, and it is. We got out of here what? 11:40, right? Okay. So let's finish this one real quick. It says, what is the cost of the computer without the payment plan? Notice it switches on you. So again, without the payment plan, it was going to be this, right? So it says, how much is the computer without the payment plan? And it says, don't forget to include the sales tax, though. So we had to, you know what? I'm so sorry. I'm totally wrong all the way around. It's on that one. Let me rephrase that. I got to go back on there. You would do the total price of the computer without the payment plan would actually be this. I'm sorry, because I forgot about his down payment. So it'd be this figure. So if we do 35, we don't do the 3,900 because it said without doing the payment plan. So we're doing this figure instead. We have to multiply that times 6.5%. How much tax is that? Somebody? How much cents? 13 cents, right? So it equals $229.13. So all you got to do is add this and this together, and you should get $37.54.13. So your total price, $37.54.13. Okay, since we only have 5 minutes left, I'm going to streamline this. Okay, you ready? Okay, on number 3, A, it says, what is the total cost of the system with printer and extended warranty? Assume Dave still doesn't want to make the payments. When you do the math on that for letter A, you should come out with $4,300.13. Okay. And then it said how much additional money must he come up with because he's not doing the payment plan. What you do on that is you have to do the $4,300.13, right? Is that what it was? Yeah, you take the the 4,313 cents, which is going to be the amount I gave you for A. And then you have to subtract what he has on hand. And that was, remember, that was the very top where we did important facts. He had 2,400 on hand, right? Okay, so how much would he have to come up with extra? Somebody figure that out? What's the difference? Yeah, so if he's going to buy this one without the payment plans, he's going to have to come up with an additional $1,900.13. Okay, so that answers all the questions about number 3. One thing quick about number 3. He'd have to pay, if he pays payments, he's going to be paying interest, right? If he doesn't pay payments, he's somehow got to find this magic amount of money. Well, where's he going to get it? He either has to work for it and wait longer or whatever. Okay, lastly, let's read real quick lesson or computer 4. It says, I can buy a used computer and color printer for $1,450 from the classified ads. The computer, that would be just buying it for somebody. When it says classified ads here, that might be Letgo for our generation, right? Things like Letgo or I guess eBay's still around, right? I guess eBay or Amazon or something like that. But it says the computer is slightly slower. Again, we got that word slightly slower, right, than the ones at school. The software I need costs $625. I will need to add memory for a cost of $215. The computer's owner will sell me his computer games for $145. There's no warranty on this 2-year-old computer. So it's a used computer, 2 years old, no warranty. The price is good, but that's about it, okay? So on option 4, just so you know, on the back, it wants to know what the cost is and all that. And some of the items have sales tax, some don't. If you do the math right, you can write this number in. This is what you should have came up with. $2,489.60. Remember, only part of the items have sales tax, so you got to be real careful on that. And then number 2 says, how much money or how much more money does Dave need to buy everything? In the long run, he would only need $89.60 because he already has. Remember, he has $2,400 on hand, so he'd only need $89.60 to finish. And then it says if Dave's dad gives him enough to complete the cost, that means Dave's dad gives him $89.60. It would take him 11 weeks to repay his dad because it comes out to like it's $89.60. Remember, he made, if you use part of his salary, but it would average out to, it's like $8.75 a week, so it would take him 11 weeks to pay his dad back at that rate. But anyway, it's 11 weeks. Okay, now, we're down to the decision real quick here. Which computer would you guys buy? Would you buy 1, 2, 3, or 4? What do you think? 1. 1's probably the best option. It sounded good at the beginning, but then we looked at all the other options. Remember, 2 was not a good choice because 1 was a fast computer. That was a bonus. He wouldn't be really stretching out. He wouldn't have payment stuff. Option 2, the software was expensive and it wasn't user-friendly. Those were negatives. Option 3, there was interest involved, so you got to pay. This is like paying money, for nothing. And then lastly, the option 4 was bad because there was no warranty and it was a 2-year-old computer, so you're kind of getting what you get, and you don't know how that owner treated that computer. It might have just, thrashed it, So we got to do it. So our best option is option 1. All right, that was the bell. You guys are good to go. You guys online, we will see you later. That's
right, page 156. We are in the final chapter, thank God, of Robinson Crusoe, okay? So Robinson Crusoe, we'll find out how long he's been on the island at the end. But side note, I did order a new part for my computer, so we'll have notes. We can go back and fill those out. But just, again, today we're just going to have to listen about this chapter. So this chapter, Robinson Crusoe, he sees a boat off the coast. At first, he is overjoyed of the thought of being able to go home, obviously. But then he kind of becomes cautious because he kind of realizes that an English ship, a proper English ship wouldn't really have any business being in that part of the world. So he's like, yes, I'm excited to see a ship, but then at the same time, what are they doing here? So he kind of didn't think it was a good situation. So he and Friday, they kind of just observe the ship for a while. And as they're observing, he just basically says, if we see that, on the second line, he says, I cannot express the confusion I was in, though the joy of seeing a ship, that's the second paragraph on page 156, if you don't know where we are, sorry, talking about chapter 13, underneath rescue. He says, I cannot express the confusion I was in, though the joy of seeing a ship, and one which I had reason to believe was manned by my own countrymen. So obviously he is from England. He believed that it was an English ship. And consequently, friends, was such as I cannot describe, but yet I had some secret doubts hung about me. I cannot tell from whence they came, bidding me keep upon my guard. So he's basically saying, I see the ship, I'm so happy, but they kind of seem a little shady, basically. He says, I have these doubts about them, and I felt like I needed to be on guard and protect myself against this, just in case something may happen. Continuing on, it says, in the first place, it occurred to me to consider what business an English ship should have in that part of the world. So he's like, I don't even know what an English ship would be doing here. He also says, since it was not the way to or from any part of the world where the English had any traffic, I knew there had been no storms to drive them in there, as in distress, and that if they were English, really, it was probable that there were hereupon no good design, and that I had better continue as I was than fall into the hands of thieves and murderers. So he's basically saying, if there's something bad that went aboard on this ship, I would be better off staying on the island than I would be actually going with these people, because I don't really know who they are. So he basically was he and Friday were observing the ship for the next few days, and then he basically learned later on that there had been a mutiny on the ship, and then the people took over, obviously the captains of the ship, and then actually the captains of the ship, they ended up going ashore. That's what he has been observing for the last couple days. He sees a boat, and he saw 3 men, presuming to be their captains, that they were led ashore by the people on the boat. So that's what he learned. The next day there was a mutiny, and then he actually ended up reaching out to those captains and saying, and making a deal with them, and basically saying, I'll help you take back your ship if you'll give me and Friday safe passage back to England. So obviously it says that they successfully took back the ship, and then they ended up going back to England after 28 years. Okay, 28 years. We see that in the last paragraph, or second to last paragraph on page 159. He says, and thus I left the island the 19th of December, as I found by the ship's account, in the year 1686, after I had been upon it 28 years, 2 months, and 19 days. In this vessel, after a long voyage, I arrived in England the 11th of June in the year 1687, having been 35 years absent. So we know obviously he left England when he was 18 years old. He ended up going and being a trader on different ships. So he hasn't been to England for 35 years, but he was deserted on that island for 28. That's a long time to be on an island and surviving that year. Obviously, he's an older man now, but that is the end of our story, Robinson Crusoe. So it's just some things about Daniel Defoe on page 159. He was a journalist, novelist, businessman, pamphleteer, and politician. His early experience as a journalist, as well as the rise and fall of his personal fortunes, helped prepare him for writing fiction. His great fiction includes his Journal of the Plague Year, a historical reconstruction of the Great Plague of 1665. This was written as an eyewitness account, and his great realistic adventure tales, Robinson Crusoe and Moll Flanders. So that's just little things about Daniel Defoe, okay? No homework tonight. Today's Wednesday, so we will continue on with the Tattler tomorrow, and then we'll continue on after that, okay? Go ahead and put your literature books away. Take out your vocab books. Again, we have our test tomorrow, so let's look at list number 6. List number 6. Last night you should have studied list number 5. So list 6, page 44. Just some review. Coerce, to force someone to comply or obey as by pressure, threats, or intimidation, to effect by force. Number 2, corroborate, to strengthen or confirm by agreeing statements or new evidence. 3, discomfit, to cause uneasiness, embarrassment, or confusion. To thwart the plans or purposes of. Number 4, recumbent, reclining, lying down, resting. Remonstrance, the act of objecting or protesting. Renunciation, the act of formally or voluntarily giving up a claim or title. Replete, abundantly supplied, well filled. Reprehensible, deserving of blame, rebuke, or censure. Reprisal, forcible seizure in retaliation for injuries received. Respite, an interval of relief of, or rest. Reticence, inclination to be silent. Retribution, punishment for offenses, compensation. Okay? All right, go ahead and turn to page number 51. Have we done exercise D yet? Page 51 for review. Exercise D, okay? You have some, what was it? Okay, so we did exercise D. Okay, so let's go over it. You should have done it already. Let's do number 1. What do we have here? Because of the blank of salt and other minerals in the Dead Sea, no fish can survive its waters. Raise your hand and tell me what you have here. Ian? What was it? Not caustic. Okay, I would see why you would put that, but there is a lot of salt and other minerals in the sea, causing fish not to be able to survive. So if there's a lot of something in the sea, what word would we use here? What was it? Plethora, okay, of overabundance of salt and minerals. Okay, number 1 was plethora, or plethora, however you say it. Okay, number 2, during the Korean War, the North Koreans and the Chinese used brainwashing to try to blank prisoners of war to defend communist philosophy. Okay, Tori, what do you have here? What was it? Coerce? Good. It is coerce. They're trying to convince them to be on their side. Okay. Number 3, the analgesic gave the cancer patient only a brief blank before his pain became intense again. Kylie? Not hiatus, sorry. Not hiatus. So remember, hiatus, we need to make sure we know the differences between that one and something else, another word. This one would be an interval of rest, kind of what we just learned in our last list. What is it? Respite. Okay, respite is an interval of relief or rest. We know hiatus is also a break or a pause, but we do want, this one is referring to him. So he has relief or rest. So this one would be respite. Okay, number 4, that the family lived in an abject blank was readily inferred from their tattered clothing and evident malnutrition. So Inferred basically means we know, like that's a fact. So we know that they had tattered clothes and malnutrition. So what word do we describe malnutrition, clothing or tattered clothing? What did they have? What was number 4? Do you have that one, Jaylene? Penury. Penury is extreme poverty. Good. Number 5, the whole country around Detroit was covered by a sea of fog, the blank of a hot and sultry day. Okay? So we know that is fog. So because there was fog, we know that it was going to be a hot and sultry day. So if the fog is indication that it's going to be hot, what do you think number 5 is? Michelle? It is a precursor. Awesome. Covered by sea fog, a sea of fog. Fog is indicating that it's going to be hot, so it is a precursor to a hot and sultry day. Number 6, Juvenalian satire, named after the Roman satirist Juvenal, is a caustic type of satire, known for the biting, angry manner in which it points out the corruption and evil of men and institutions. Obviously, the caustic in this case is not referring to the actual burning of chemicals. It's referring to the sarcasm. It's referring to the, let me see the definition, the cutting and sarcastic in utterance. It's talking about the words, okay? Satire, we know satire can be very sarcastic. Number 7, the missionaries who have served for 20 years took a 1-year blank before going back to the mission field. Kylie, what is this one? A word that you said earlier. Hiatus. That's number 7. Okay, so they took a break or a pause from being missionaries. Okay. Number 8, the young man blank honesty when he went back to the store to return extra money the cashier accidentally gave him. Okay, who has this one? Emma, do you have number 8? Okay, who has number 8? Esther? It is exemplified. He exemplified honesty. He was an example of honesty when he returned the extra cash. Not going to lie, I probably would have kept it, but good for him. Number 9, after Judas's betrayal of Christ for the price of a slave, he returned the money and hanged himself. Class, heinous betrayal. Dang it. Sorry. Heinous betrayal. Heinous, we know, means, where is it? Bad, obviously. Oh, I forgot. It was, this one is a review from list 1 through 6, but remember your test is over list 4 to 6. But yes, number 9 is heinous. Number 10, my narrative has no other tendency than to illustrate and blank your own observations. Okay? So he's basically saying, I'm telling you this just so that you can come to your own conclusions. If you have the same conclusion or the same evidence, what's number 10? What's the word number 10? Victoria? Okay, who has that one? Noah, do you have that one? Corroborate. Good. Okay. Number 11, failing to exercise, blank, led the prodigal son to the pig pen. Okay, so prodigal, we know he spent a lot of money. So what's the opposite of that? Ian? Good. Frugality. He didn't exercise being thrifty. Number 12, our fathers and grandfathers who poured over the Midwest were self-reliant, rugged, God-fearing people of blank courage. Michelle, what's this one? Good. Indomitable. Number 13, to avoid blank, a person must accept Christ as his Savior. So if you don't have Christ, we go to hell. What's another name for that? Jaylene, what's number 13? Perdition. Good. Perdition, that is from list number, I want to say, 5. Maybe not. Perdition is the condition of the soul lost in eternal punishment. Obviously, if we don't have Christ, that's what happens. Number 14, Tom Sawyer's Aunt Polly believed that castor oil was a perfect blank for whatever ailed Tom. Okay, so if he has a sickness, what do we know is That'll be number 14. Ellie, do you have number 14? Good. Panacea, which is a supposed remedy for all diseases. And then number 15, the modernization of the Japanese government resulted from Emperor Hirohito's blank of divine right of emperors. So if he was an emperor and the government kind of changed after he did something, what was number 15? Class? Good. 15 was renunciation. All right. Don't forget to study your roots, your prefixes and suffixes from lists 4 to 6. Okay. We'll have a couple of each from. We'll have a couple from each list. So make sure that you are studying those from lists 4 to 6. Are there any questions about the test? Okay. Last but not least, take out your grammar. Do you have a test on Friday over sections 11 to 14? Sections 11 to 14. Take out your workbook and your handbook. Go ahead and turn to section 12, page number 77. Page 77 in your workbook, handbook. And then go ahead and turn to page 33 as well in your workbook. Page 33. Well, technically 32 and 33. We'll be doing those today. Page 32, okay? Page 77, so we are talking about our use of modifiers. Can anyone give me the 3 degrees of comparison when we are talking about modifiers? What is the degree when no comparison is expressed, class? Good. Positive degree, so that's just saying one thing. There's nothing being compared to another. That's positive degree. What is the degree of comparison when only 2 things are being compared? Good. Comparative. Okay, comparative is 2. And then what is the last degree of comparison when 3 or more things are being compared? Superlative. Basically good, which is nothing is being compared. Better are 2 things being compared. Best is everything being compared to each other. Okay? Formation of comparative and superlative degrees. Most one-syllable modifiers form the comparative and superlative degree by adding the words ER and EST, or the suffixes to it. So close, that's one-syllable word, so you would say closer or closest. Hard, that is one syllable, so harder or hardest. Late, one syllable, so later, latest. If it's one syllable, you can add the ER or the EST in comparison. But if there's 2-syllable words, most 2-syllable modifiers form comparative and superlative by adding the words more and most, as well as 3 or more syllables. So for example, active, okay, that's 2 syllables. I would say more active or most active. Careful, that's 2. More careful, most careful. I wouldn't say activer or carefuler, okay? Or gladly, I wouldn't say gladlier, right? So gladly is 2 words or 2 syllables. I would just add the word more or most in front of it, okay? Same thing with 3 or more syllables. Trivial, that's 3 syllables in one word. I wouldn't say trivialer, okay? Or dutifulier or satisfactorily, whatever, okay? I wouldn't say that. I would say more trivial or most trivial, more dutifully, most dutifully, more satisfactorily, not and most satisfactorily, okay? You wouldn't add ER or EST to the end of those words if it's 2 or more syllables, okay? The comparative and superlative degrees form of a few modifiers are irregular. Again, that's if you're adding or if you're changing anything other than adding ER or EST or more or most. So if you have to change the word altogether, it's irregular. For example, bad, Okay, that is 1 degree positive. You wouldn't say badder, you would say worse. Okay, and the last thing you wouldn't say baddest, you would say the worst. Far, you wouldn't say farer or farest, you would say farther, further, or farthest or furthest. So you're changing the word entirely, therefore it's irregular. Okay, good or well, which would be better and best. Less or little, you have one word. You wouldn't say littler or littlest, you would just say less or least. Many, much, you wouldn't say manier or mucher, you would say more or most. So we're changing the word, therefore it's irregular. Okay? Less and least, same thing. Rather than saying more, I would use the word less and least. You would use the comparative, just some rules about comparison. You would use comparative degree when comparing two persons. That's pretty self-explanatory. If two things are being compared, you would use comparative. 3 or more, which degree would I use, class? Superlative. Good. Okay. Avoid double comparison. So you wouldn't say more longer, or you wouldn't say most longest. All right? You would either use one or the other. You would say longer, or you would say more long. Okay, in this case, we would use the word longer since it's one syllable. Okay, autumn is most beautifulest time of the year. No one really should say that. You would say autumn is most beautiful, is the most beautiful time of the year. Okay, 12.12, when comparing a word or a person with a group of words, which that person is a member, use other or else. So out of all the people or out of any other person, you would use the word other or else. For example, Katie types faster than any student in her class. That's incorrect because she is also a student in her class, so you can't really type, she can't type faster than herself. So you would have to say Katie types faster than any other student. Same thing. Steve jumps higher than anyone on his basketball team. He's part of the team. He can't jump higher than himself, so you have to mention everyone other than himself. So you would say, Steve jumps higher than anyone else on his basketball team. Okay? Those are your rules comparing persons with a group of when that person is a part of that group. Look at 12.13 on page 80. Don't take out any words, necessary words in comparison. Just say, you can't say your essay is the best. Okay, you have to say your essay is the best one I've ever read, or your essay is excellent. Okay, best would be comparing something out of all of it. So you would have to say your essay is the best one I've ever read. Okay, illogical comparisons. This is basically when you're comparing two things that are not the same. For example, Bill's garage is smaller than his neighbor. Okay, you're not comparing your neighbor to the garage, you're comparing both of their garages. So you would say, Bill's garage is smaller than his neighbor's garage. Okay, or Bill's garage is smaller than that of his neighbor. Make sure you're comparing the same things. Avoiding double negatives. You can't say don't and none all in the same one. Make sure it's either or. With negatives, only have one negative there if you have to have a negative, okay? And then basically using adjectives to describe adjectives, nouns or pronouns, and then adverbs describing verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. When we are reading these sentences, use a predicate adjective, not an adverb after a linking verb. Use an adverb after an action verb if you are describing something, okay? This is basically just pretty common knowledge that we've already gone over in the first few sections. Okay, so let's work on exercise 66, page 32. Exercise 66, page 32 in your workbook. Correct the incorrect modifiers in the following sentences, okay? Incorrect modifiers in the following sentences. Pastor Snow must speak loud when he preaches at the retirement home, or hardly no one will hear him. You can raise their hand and tell me what needs to be changed here. Okay, go ahead and work on it. I'll give you a few minutes. Okay. Who has number 1? Okay. Sorry. You can get rid of hardly. You can say, or no one will hear him. But if you are keeping the word hardly, you can say, or hardly anyone will hear him. Okay? Just make sure you change either or. But also, there's one more thing we need to change. Michelle? Good. Okay? When we're speaking of an action verb, if you guys see on page 81, we're supposed to use an adverb after an action verb. Our action verb is must speak. So we wouldn't say loud, because that's an adjective. We need to describe our verb, and that makes it loudly. You need to speak loudly. Okay? Number 2, Methuselah lived more longer than any man in history. Okay? So Methuselah, he was a man in history. So what do we need to add here, Tori? What do you change here at all? What have you changed? Can you speak a little louder? It's a little muffled. Good. I would take out more and just keep the word longer. What else do I need to add here, Emma? Methuselah lived longer than any man in history. He's a man in history. He can't outlive himself. So what would you? Good. Any other. Awesome. Methuselah lived longer than any other man in history. Okay, number 3. Which one of these 3 tenors would you say is better? How many people are here, class? 3. So what degree of comparison do we need to use? Superlative. And what degree of comparison is better? No, what degree of comparison is better? 1 or 2 or 3? Okay, better is used with 2 people. Okay, so she was better than this. So since there are 3, we do need to use superlative, which would be best. Awesome. Better is changed to best. And then number 4, he prefers the more warmer climate of Miami to the more cooler climate of Boston. And we know that this is a double comparison. So what do we need to take out? More. Awesome. More, warmer. We need to take out the word more. Same thing with the word more before cooler. He prefers the warmer climate of Miami to the cooler climate of Boston. Okay? Tomorrow we will do our last review of fragments and run-ons before we take our test on Friday. No homework today. It is Wednesday, so enjoy your day, evening, and then you guys are dismissed. Does anybody have any questions about anything? Yes, Jaylene. The test is on Friday. Okay, so we have one more day of review. We have one more day of review for grammar tomorrow, and then we have our vocab test tomorrow.